Aman ya. Ini yang YouTube ini satu doang, bisa nggak ini nanti pas di tengah-tengah antara kalian kan ngomong juga. Ini kayaknya masih dapat deh desimal ntar. Semoga masih dapat. Langsung ke hidup soalnya dan nanya apa jangan ngomong sesuatu nyambung soal tadi.
Using pa.com, we create a chatbot. So student can enter their responses like, can you help me design cultivate challenge? I'm a beginner. My goal is to master ordering food, Korean food in a restaurant, something like this. And then when you give the prompt, the chatbot give you all the responses. So this is just one simple example how you can work with the AI to enhance your language learning process. It is clear, right? You download it, and then basically you have a virtual assistant on your phone. This uh, for our students, for this pizza. So this is how we find some for our.
The bottom butter, but she said this butter's bitter. If I put it in my batter, it will make my batter bitter. So Betty bought a pot some butter, better than her bitter butter, and put it in her batter, and it made her bitter batter bitter.
This is the top result.
Google, I want you to find an online stopwatch.
Opening web page.
Betty bought some butter, but she said this butter's bitter. If I put it in my batter, it will make my batter bitter. So Betty bought some butter, better than her bitter butter, and put it in her batter, and made her bitter batter bitter.
So it's very simple. The teacher designed a worksheet so students can do it at home on their own based on their own pace. Uh, we do it quick. Maybe beginner they can do it again. It's a very wonderful activity. Taking care for the learner diversity. This is for beginner, and then this is an example for the intermediate. But I'm going to it again using the AI tool to design to address the real needs of the students. And then now, the AI era, we often hear that asking an important question or the quality question important because to generate a quality responses like a garbage in and garbage out. So now our team is working with the University of Stanford to enhance the EFL students' critical inquiry skills. And then the professor developed this tool called Ask a Smile. It's very simple. There's a ChatGPT and incorporate the Bloom taxonomy, and then when student ask question based on this level, like a level one is the bottom, the recall level one question, and level five is a critical and hypothetical what if question. So we encourage students to ask those level four and level five questions so that they can continue to flourish in the AI. So the way it works is you just go to a, so as you can see, this is very simple. And then, for example, who is Dr. Tim Taylor? of EDUHK. So it's a very simple question. Simple. You can get information from Google. But if you keep asking question, you are not really competitive in the era of AI. You see? I will classify this question as a level 1 question. And it requires only simple recall of the factual information. But the cool thing is, provide suggestions to elevate your questioning to a higher level. Consider asking about Tim Taylor's contributions to education, his influence on teaching methodologies, you know. And then maybe based on this, you can change your question. What if? What will integrate AI into just what if question? You can get this answer from Google search or any other. In maybe 10 seconds, this question as a level 5 question. It uses a conditional structure with a what if and propose a hypothetical situation regarding Tim Taylor's integrating AI into practice. So this is an excellent question. You can integrate this into your classroom. You can practice writing, vocabulary, and also critical thinking. So we actually integrate it into our class. And then, so like on the left hand side is like we ask our university students at EDHK, okay, using this, please ask as many questions as possible about a certain topic, and then you provide a best top 3 results. And then these are, without training, they keep asking this recall question, simple, informational question. You can easily get this information on Google. So the score was, but as you can see, after training, they start asking what is, how, and will tradition sustain. So their question quality become different. So AI and thinking skill. We work with the AI. It's called the AI assisted digital storybook project. And we again began with very traditional, by using traditional PowerPoint slides. It was way back, like 6 years ago, when I had a collaborative work. I thought the other day, we have a primary school. They need some English learning resources, and they have these particular needs. And then they get me some EDUHK students got together and brainstorm, and each group present their own idea, and then after revision, feedback, and they produce a digital storybook using PowerPoint slide, and we send those files over to Indonesia, and the student after school they are reading, and then the video we cannot show you now, but some teachers are using it in the actual classroom, and then this one we are using called a book creator, and then this is an interdisciplinary work. It was still before the AI, and then we have a student from visual arts, so she drew all the pictures, and we also have some student from general education, so she investigate some Indonesian dishes. So they research about Indonesian culture, and then there's an English major. And they make a narrative, so and then they integrate their voices and.
It meant different animals. It first met the bird.
Was for I like eating nasi goreng. Was not. It's fried rice.
So the snake actually, go around different animal and introduce different food, buffalo and Saturday and but as you can see, there are repeated grammar, right? So at the end, student learn about Indonesian and some vocabularies and some grammar vocabulary. There's a activity and yeah, interdisciplinary without AI assistance. So we season one, and then I think the second project in the year, and as you can see, this the book was our student, but using the so use and they create story and also provide their own narration.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, thank you very much for your attending this online and also in face to face. Yes. Okay. Sweet. So I would like to share. Very controversial. The title is Should Teachers Change the Way of Teaching in the Age of Generative AI? Okay. Can you clearly, Bapak Ibu? Yeah, okay. So what about in Zoom? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so this yeah, the current issues of generative AI in education, teachers change in teaching English, that's the choices, and how to change the way of teaching in the age of generative AI. Okay, this is AI in English education. Most of us have only in euphoria, but also in dysphoria. Yeah. What is the euphoria? So maybe some of us would like to have this kind of tools for doing things. I'm so sorry. Mas Arya is so there are some two sounds. Yeah. What should I do? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's maybe better. Yeah, so maybe teachers and also the students, moreover for the students, are happy very much about this kind of AI. And also the teachers. Yes, yeah, and I are happy. Yeah, this side there's a kind of a euphoria. So in the other side, we are sad. We are in a unhappiness because this is a kind of a change regarding to the creativity, regarding to the thinking, regarding to giving such kind of test or assessment. So it will be difficult for us to decide, yeah, whether we are in the right way or in the wrong way. Yeah. So we can decide together after this. This is the pros and cons of the AI in education. The pros on course quality, effective group work. This making doing a lot of things that we work in teaching. Yeah, and then lower academic pressure. Do you feel that? Uh, I teach. That will prepare 8 or 5 minutes to prepare. Yeah. 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 I saw some happy face. Yeah. Then this is the opportunities for teaching. Yeah, that's happened. And also maybe some of the generative AI have high cost. Security issues. Yeah, so because when we try to log in, so we give a lot of informations about our email and maybe our home and etc. Yeah. Lack of transparency. There's more. There's a use one that we people can do. Supercomputer evaluating and so can do the thing. teacher. Then in the other kind of opportunity as a teacher, we should know students and also teachers have a support 24 hours for 7 days. Yeah, that's more personalized and personal engagement. But we have to this all things a little bit students that did like good news or bad news. So we can also learn from each other. Yeah, the kind of content creation. And from one of the content on YouTube that educates. Yeah, so you his YouTube. I'm sorry, Prof. Ali. Yeah, Prof. Ali. It's thinking collaboration, but how? There's something. Yeah. About digital stuff. Doing project teaching side digital is amazing. It's not only students learn. As a teacher, we learn uh, behavior to try AI, we learn to become like, yeah, and we have to put the students, yeah. So we have or make them, yeah. So this is some um, could you mute the participants? Yeah. Next lesson. Teaching media that offer. So, yeah, you can bring the context of the Purbalingga to your students. It is not the same. You can bring a Pakistan context in your for your students. That will be different. Yeah. If the students have creativity and the teachers give for the, yeah, that is, yeah. So sometimes the teachers doesn't need to teach the technology tool for them. They know little, and we can learn also from our students. Yeah. But they are still learning English and also learning the other things. Yeah. Mas? Okay, thank you. So this is the stories of the time. So 2018, if you can. So stories, it is still high. Yeah. So we draw by the real illustrators. But what happens? It's very expensive. Yeah. It's good pictures. Do you agree or not? Yeah. So this is created by my students. Yeah. That's Batik, and Tumpeng. It's a kind of stories is they create in a new way. Very great. This is sorry, but yeah, yeah. Yeah. That's the, yeah. It is better. Don't want all the AI. Oh, yeah, yeah. But using the generative AI, but they can make it by themselves. Yeah, very short because there are considerations about the content, the voice, and face. Yeah. Then this is the things we can do together, Bapak Ibu. With students and also teachers together, and then we share with other people. Both Professor and also Dr. Timothy. Yeah, uh, they uh, they yeah, yeah. Uh, they they are happy. Yeah, they can share their creativity, but also they can get feedback from the schools. And also they can also with the other students from other countries. Experience. This creativity long journey in the digital storytelling of, and creating to an interactive. Yeah, they're here nationally. So that's another things that we can do. Yeah. The third one is yeah, assessment as assessment in. So we can make assessment to our students and the to uh, and creativity activities. As a teacher, we have to think deeper about how to make the classroom is more more creative and vibrant. Or give us kind of a learning. Yeah, though we do not mean that it's just using the technology all the time, but the technology is a tool for support the students and also teachers doing their tasks. Yeah. This is the characteristic of meaningful learning. First is active, so make sure that you are active. It is not only the students but also the teacher. Yeah, this is like here. You are active. Yeah, you are active. Together. Yeah. The second one is constructive. Uh, what pace. The third is yeah. So this two, then you can have such kind of a collaborative. Yeah. So it is not only just you you example Solo and Purbalingga. Yeah. And other and also maybe from Rwanda to Asia. So open to actually learn all to share with people all around. Yeah, it is not only just about Asia, but also we learn the other cultures from South Korea, from Hong Kong, from USA, from many. Yeah, that we have a friends. It's intentional. Yeah, so that's still we uh, pay attention what is of learning some points. Yeah, so it is not only using the generative but without any purpose. Yeah, generative AI tools is only just a tool to make us develop the creativity and also the things that with other people. Then this is last words. It has brain but not heart. So the heart is the teachers. Yeah, so we have to think and also consider about this matter. Okay, thank you very much for today. Then I'll be back again to the moderator.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Nur Arifat Rajati. It was an engaging exploration of the changes that head from in classrooms to redefining roles of the teachers in the era of artificial intelligence. Though we can be assisted with the help of artificial intelligence, but let's us that we should not forget the role of teachers in the age of artificial intelligence, because it does have a brain but not heart. Esteemed audience, as we are stepping into the future of English education in the era of AI, let us not overlook the remarkable contributions of Professor Dr. Timothy Taylor, an expert in English education with a career span of more than 2 decades in Hong Kong and beyond. Okay. Upon the directions of the speakers, we are moving to question answer sessions. So kindly, if you have any question, first I will take questions from the audience over here who are on site presentations, and after that we will move forward to the Zoom participants. Please, if you have any question, just raise your hand, and Masaria, could you hand over the mic to the question person? Yeah. Kindly introduce yourself.
Tick, 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 tick. Okay, so good afternoon everyone. I'm Hanan. I'm from Indian Administrative Kashmir. I study architecture at Islamic University of Indonesia, which is in Jogja. So my question is, if AI person can learn everything from AI, the artificial intelligence, so doesn't it eliminate or make, doesn't it eliminate the need of teachers or make it very less? So how person in this current teach everything, like what is the like if everything is available?
Yeah.
That's my question.
Okay, thank you.
Very fundamental question. I think it's related to the university actually. In the increasingly driven era, and the lecturer or university administrator to our then so of course our approach and also mindsets and like Arifa conclude with the present should do a such as heart part. So I think the human interaction aspect will continue like such as like a monk or pastor or counselor who emotion the human the struggles they cannot do it. And another thing is if like our cognitive ability, I think AI really this. So I think professor or teacher provide I think quizzes and activity or final exams AI can really do because our kids are very smart, so they can use AI like a calculator and they can easily copy and paste. So I think we shouldn't be the teacher who asked that question in the first place. So like it's actually assessment as well. We as a teacher or as an educator, we have to provide a question that century the social or complex society. The thing that we cannot get the answer from this book. Right, pandemic and open AI and maybe there's no one we have to observe object the eyes and then define the problems and then come up with an innovative solution to address the problem in collaboration with other people. Maybe they are from different different country, different culture. Can be AI, but the perspective you observe the problem and define the problem is actually your. This is AI tool. AI just do based on your prompts, but the observing the critical issue is only you can do. That's why you have to think critically, differently, uniquely. That what other people cannot do, what other AI cannot do. I think this ability will continue to be important, and I think we educators need to skill, and I think we should be the one who keep nurturing our critical thinking, creative thinking, collaborative, and like a lifelong learning. We cannot really, thrive in this increasingly AI era. So does it answer your question? It's just my my thinking nowadays.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chuseong. So I agree with you that generative AI can do the cognitive aid, though this is talking about the arts, but the behavior still ours. Yeah. It's a responsibility as a teacher. We have to yeah, the participants. Yeah, yeah, we can have.
Well, actually, I would like to ask maybe opinion that I will be first. Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you. My name is Upik. I would like to ask about the question. The idol is new for me, okay? And then my question is how to measure the idol and meaningful sustainable impact, not only for the transfer knowledge students, but also. Thank you.
So, typical teacher professional development because it's not written. But if you look at your kids, look at the today's generation, they do it every day and they do it secretly. I don't know. Based on our research, some students from observation. If we apply traditional model such as teacher-driven, top-down curriculum based, it may because we find it high because when English as so quick learning each so we can but not will entirely true uh, at a rapid phase environment. So this island will actually very short domain work. Think about a company, for example. Every day there's a new thing. So teacher what informally friends, civil people with new problems, define, and then if we cannot solve this, we ask. It is with like professional knowledge worker need to learn, and it is need. And then what the role of the teacher integrate constantly. That's why it's a very different. This is a so some I think it's very very already open. Those students are already open. Start this extra Mueller already, but some extremely principal ban even the cell phone, and they are surprised use media, and they get a phone call from the parents. So those schools, they need to start from the in-class model, and maybe after 6 months, they can move to extracurricular. This is a test. You do it, you come back, I give you grade. Because parents watching you, they are ready to make a phone call to the principal. And then if you work, and then you give them extramural activity, so students become more independent. Our ultimate goal is what? We want our students to become more independent, autonomous learner, right? So that they can continue to learn language using appropriate technology in collaboration with appropriate people to solve the problem. That's what our ultimate goal. So again, depending on the teacher and school and your community, your environment you are in, you can adopt either in-class, extracurricular, extramural, but the ultimate goal is we help our students become autonomous extramural language learners. So in regard, I think that's why we need to work with teachers. Teachers are extremely important. I think they are maybe 90%. Because they know they are the expert in the school. They know the students, they know the infrastructure, they know the real life issue. And then when they give us that issue, we can sit down together, define the problem, and come up with a really, really innovative solution that to the context and continuously, effectively, not just 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, and 10 years. That's the true the innovative project where the collaboration happen. So again, the teachers, local experts are important.
Okay. Yeah, maybe this is regarding to the first questions. What are the motivation becoming a teacher? Because no, it's like it's only students. Yeah, but the other one doesn't want to learn. One, Ibu Kiki, comic. Yeah, how to teach comic? How to share? How to share the students' experience in reading comics? Yeah, this is very crucial because it is not only just the comic, but the Kiki should also between comic and the competence. Bukiki, that's the lesson designer. So as the teacher, we have to think much how to how them is this is big because it's maybe it's around 10 years. So 2000. This is the first created one is not we can whole life. Yeah, that's
Is because the project whatever project you do, if you only your impact only in the campus, your family, every day parents and over 90% don't it's difficult time. So I think but another thing is the academic in with the review. There's a paper you design, research, collect data, So the limitation, other research fellow they do it, but it's an academic impact. It only stay with the campus, doesn't go to the campus. But we have to think we work based on the taxpayers, and we have to actually issue people in their life can be a direction. Even you have to heart and then capture it, think about it, find it, connect it to national problem, so that you can collaborate with other people, because there are always people who have a like-minded people. And then if something happens, do it not just 1 day, 2 days, continuous. Yeah, so that's going to be a direction, especially in the AI era. Heart can do it. We can think. Don't just people have.
The question is quite interesting, and that is, what are the potential long-term implications of relying on formal digital learning on traditional educational institutions and their curricula, especially given that curriculum designers are and less familiar with technology and AI than students they are planning for? Sure. Yeah. The question is like, what are the potential long-term implications on strategy, formal digital learning, on traditional education curriculums, especially curriculum often older persons and students they are designing for?
Okay, thank you for the question. So maybe I will try to so this is relating to the goal of this idol. Actually, though the name is informal digital learning of it, doesn't mean it's so as a teacher we have to introduce sources that the students can learn. Yeah, so this is very crucial because not all students knows about this. Yeah, it's in my own writing. Yeah, so I have to introduce the sources that we can use for learning academic writing. So not all of the sources can be used for the learning process. This is the that we have to give attention. Yeah. Example from 80 of my students, it is maybe it's only just yeah, only 10% or until 20% do that automatically. Yeah, it means that they have this kind of autonomous learning for finding the other sources. It's only just 20 students. What else? Dr. Lee said that more than 3 hours a day or more than 24 hours more than 8 hours a day they use their own gadget. What for? Yeah, so as a teacher here we can give for all students to learn autonomous learning for the students. So when they grade the schools, they grade university, they can find the right sources to learn better. Yeah, maybe you may.
I have a two answer for I think K university different approaches because especially K-12 teachers, they are heavily so there's a government like a mandate, and you have no choice. Also, heavily influenced by your principal. If your principal is a conservative, and no matter how innovative you are, you cannot do it. I observe it. Ah, yes, yeah, observe it. So for K-12 teacher, suggest model while sticking to the traditional curriculum, you can open a room for integrating innovative idea, like maybe once every month, 2 times every semester. Because who knows, your innovative approach a positive impact on maybe a small number of students, but those students, you're going on, and then you never know. That's my approach for advice for the K-12 teachers and for university. My suggestion is we have to ask ourselves whether we are really equipping our students to get ready for 21st century. Think about this way, perspective of employers. They always complain, students are not adequate, not ready to work daily. So what are we teaching? So think about like professor, like say, oh, they just stick to the traditional textbooks and read it, and they build up their own area. Right? I'm an expert in this area, and you have to follow this. And students are also stand still and getting the information. But in real life situation, it's very complicated, right? You cannot really apply those knowledge into this very complicated the era. So I think we as the professor or educator, researchers, I think we have to ask ourselves whether we are really truly preparing our students for this 21st century globalized, multilingual, multicultural society. That's one. Second thing is now we have digital tools and digital technology that we can actually help our students by designing the activity. For example, the one example I show you was the metaverse, for example. Think about how today's the knowledge workers are working. Like engineer from Google, design, product, and the India provide, I don't know, they do people in China use the product, right? But they meet in the digital environment using international. You need if you use simple technology like metaverse, you can invite students from all over the world doing the same project with the same goal, but they are actors of their own unique skill and expertise. But if they are homogeneous, as it want to work, and if you continue to do it, I think you will be less. I think you this way. So I think that's my suggestion. Okay. Try your approach.
Thank you for asking the questions and making sure engaging. For the third and Professor Dr. and expert as Associate Head of the Department of English Education at the Education University of Hong Kong and former Chair of the Hong Kong Curriculum Development Council Committee on Education, Dr. Taro has dedicated his career to advancing professional development and curriculum education for English teachers. His presentation on human language and teaching and learning and innovative on how AI can enhance rather than replace the editor of teachers. Dr. will build this technology with the contribution of humans, ensuring that the core values of education remain intact. Let's take
education broadly and English language education specifically, as the introduction said, for a long time, more than 2 decades. I can remember when PowerPoint was something new technology, PowerPoint, wow. So, I've been doing this for a long time, but I want to say my focus has always been the human side of learning. And that's why I'm an advocate of integrating technologies into education. Is not because of the technology. It's a bit ironic. Not because of the technology, because I believe that these tools, if they're used correctly, will free us, in fact, to have more humanity at the center of our learning. But it's not easy. So my first message today, here at the introduction, is is a bit strange. I can say it's unusual, which is are feeling a bit overwhelmed by everything AI. If you feel a bit confused by all of the options and pedagogy with technology, even if you're feeling a little bit uncertain, that's good. Good job. Why? Because anyone who feels a lot of clarity and certainty at this period, that's what's going on. It's illusion. And so, what I think we can do to find answers is what my good colleagues, which is sharing. We really our experience. Check my. I'm going to just keep talking. What I really like to do, as my colleagues know, is I really like. So I my technology is working, but if not, I'm going to tell you some stories. So first of all, Hong Kong is a tiny place compared with Indonesia. And I noticed when I was looking at the data that Indonesia has as many schools Okay, thanks. Maybe we'll do this a few. So about Hong Kong, in the data that Hong Kong has about 250 primary students, has more than 200. So the scale is very different. But one thing about the advantage of a small community which has very good resources is for research and experimentation. That means at this scale, we can kind of very well in a diverse community locally, we can share internationally. And I think my colleagues have been talking about this importance of intercultural global sharing. So let's start with some questions that are part of this knowledge transfer forum. What is the future education schoolboy in Virginia, United States. My teachers didn't know how to use television. But how do I use this television? It's a great resource. Really use and then fast forward about the time I was a university student. Now, and so we continue. Now we have online learning accelerated during COVID. If you didn't want to teach online during COVID, now no choice. So we accelerate online learning and international sharing. And I know Arafa didn't have time to talk about it today, but also she's been very involved in collaborative online international learning projects, which connect her students in Indonesia, in the Philippines, India, United States, Hong Kong, all over the world. Really going to try to connect again. So it was fun. When I was observing, it was fun. I was instructing. Let me just share it. So I'm sorry to those of you who are coming by Zoom. I'm technical issues. And so I think I'll do something a bit different, which is I'll make my conclusion first. And if you're Zoom and I'm dropping, you can know my conclusion, and then I'll show you my slides. I have some nice pictures from Hong Kong. The point of my 30-minute presentation is very I want to echo and reiterate a very theme difference from my book. I'd like to make 2 points, 2 or 3 main points. Okay, one of them, I can say the thesis of my experience in integrated technology, and actually on balance. So, and his answer is adapt. Or maybe Hong Kong and Indonesia, there's now more customers, more and more profit, more and more visibility. In schools, we're dealing with young students. There's something very precious. They have to be protected. And so a lot of cautious and worried and careful. So this extreme. Another extreme is I want to bring in AI. Why for P2 students, primary students? Because it's cool. It's really cool. Maybe I include teaching and learning objectives off the new technology. So in both cases, the answer is move a little bit to the middle. Kind of, and that are comfortable using technology, don't forget the reason are in school. yesterday when I was to Jakarta from Hong Kong, I started talking with a guy sitting next to me. Canadian guy who worked as a software engineer and worked from home. He worked for Microsoft, he worked for Amazon, he worked for different companies. Model applications. Why are you going to Indonesia? He said, oh, because for years I've been working from home from Bali. So he came to Bali and he over the world. Because I have an undergraduate degree and I have a master's degree in software engineering, I didn't learn anything that I need or use in my job. He said, everything I need and use in my job, I learned in the job. And so I said, so what did you do? You know, what about when you were doing your undergraduate and your master's degree? He said, you know, we just talked about these things, but everything we learned is now outdated. So what if students, you know it will be outdated in 10 years, then what do you want to teach them? You want to teach them the value of good judgment. And this is where we find the balance is working really well. This is where we find schools are really effective, where the teachers and principals, the leaders, are working to make good judgments about what is the balance in integrating technology and addressing the human values that we care about very much. So these questions are very old. Now, in Hong Kong, we have a policy that directs IT integration. And like a lot of policy, it may be a bit remote from frontline classroom teachers. This is something government officials and sometimes principals pay a lot of attention to. In the classroom, we're really focused very directly on lesson planning and the effectiveness of our language teaching and the assessment of our students, often the pastoral care, you know, so IT integration, there is one thing that has been very, very to us, and that's practice. Community is something that helps us to frame that moderate middle ground. Is, you know, many AI, so many, some of them work beautifully for some teachers, and then you try it and you say, oh, for me, the experience, let me, since we're here face to face, at least we have enough time to talk. Integration, classroom, not everyone. If you're you are in AI all the time, or learn it and try and some way behind. So let's say, who is AI all comfortable? Let's say that's A or A. the same. We had two. One guy was leading the integration AI assessment school, and he told us about these great apps where the students, they don't submit their homework. They send a picture to Google Classroom of their, and then they feed it an app, and it will automatically mark and give a grade. So this AI is giving comprehensive language marking, grammar, vocabulary. I said, how accurate is it? He said, I'm telling you this because it's 85% accurate. He couldn't believe it. You know, in school, when I was teaching the class, so for my student, I'm learning really 85%. He said, I know you believe it. You see, automatically integrate to the app. And he said, yeah, of course, I check it to double grade in the marking. He said, but it be many hours every day. For traditional teaching, see, this is one of the points. The teaching and learning hasn't changed. They're still teaching or writing exactly the same as they did before. It's the assessment and feedback which has changed. So that is in one class of about 20 teachers. And in the same class, we had 2 or 3 teachers who said, I never tried anything. I never logged into ChatGPT. I said, you're going to do it right now. You're going to check it out. So for my part, one of the things that I was interested in is before we get to the classroom, like teaching the students and giving them some kind of apps for interface, what about your planning? So if you look at teachers' time spent, so report the data is from Canada, Singapore, just one in Asia, UK, and the United States. But I think it roughly approximates a primary and secondary schools teachers' time. About 40 or 50 hours would not be, I mean, it's a lot, but it would not be extraordinary for an average teacher. But of that time, this amount that is spent with direct instruction and engagement is just about 15, 16 hours, the minimum amount of time. So one of the things I heard the story, I said, okay, my students are very strong, maybe P5, make it no problem. 2 seconds. Now I want to ask different level of thinking questions, encourage my students to think, but you're my assistant, so you we have some interaction, I need some activities. So know what my type, what kind of interactive activities, so that now I have to tell you, I've been doing this teacher training for a while. I'm very impressed by my new assistant. These 2 suggestions, a role-playing activity with some specific retelling relay. This is something I have always taught my students for oral is an interactive activity in which they have to process. Don't practice the same thing twice. If I gave this talk 5 times, it would be a little different every time. So a relay is practice and then new information, or you've learned it now a little bit better, practice again, practice again, practice again. But a little different each time. It's almost perfect in terms of a suggestion for the content that I was thinking of. So, okay, 2 seconds, 2 good suggested activities. Now I think I really like my students performing, but to expect my students to take a story and turn it into a drama or a play, that's a bit much for my primary students. So can my assistant make it the same story into a play? No problem. Now I know we all love grammar, right? We're English teachers. So say, can you analyze the grammar from that text? Because I'd like to teach them some explicit grammar text. it converted the story into a song. I could not do this. I'm sorry. I could not, even if I, well, could not convert the story to a song set to this tune. So now it's outpacing me. I discovered a weakness when I asked it to analyze the past classes written. It did generate many examples, but when I incorrect, it has this fatal flaw. I realized in using, I was very much, which is it's very evenly distributed. So even in your own school, in class, in some 2024 or 2025, in some schools it might be 15 or 12. table. We moved every so this is all and the community. So if each we found was encouraging communities in schools. They can go and so it's a we have training and it's a hub. With if we do something here in Indonesia, we can also June has presented on this and we have new projects all the time. So just as a way
If you own class, let's show our appreciation with a round of applause, Miss Maria.
Everyone there. Right, thank you. I think everyone agrees that Dr. Taylor gave us a lot of insights on how AI generative tools can help us as teachers and to assist our job in teaching and also in the process of learning itself. Now let me, what is it, kind of sharing my experiences using one of AI digital tools and also work with Dr. Makassar. My sharing platforms here to be about a little bit about myself to people. Do you know this? I bet every one of you are using this. So if you look at this, are you users of any? Do you know Google? Right. Good. I we can use ChatGPT to ask. Platforms are made. The first category as social media platforms. It has its purpose that monetization may become one of the problems in case we want to those platforms. So how are they different? Social media platforms, of course, when we use Facebook, when we use Instagram, when we use YouTube, we want to connect people to social, also to share content, just like Pak Munir has mentioned that he is a YouTuber. Of course, you have something that you want to share to the audience or to the viewers in this case. Meanwhile, the second group is the learning management system. We have educational content and courses. And this content and courses is structured in such a way so that the users or the learners may help their learning activities, and also they can improve something that they can get from the content and the courses. And additional features on the use of AI, this is something that can help us, that can reduce our task, our load as teachers, because by using AI powered tools, we can have automated tasks. There is a kind of personalized learning experiences that sometimes we as a physical teachers, please sorry for my term, when we are in the classroom, even differentiated instructions, but at times having or meeting a lot of students in the classroom, we have problems in spotting what kind of treatment that we can give to the students so that it becomes personalized learning experiences. And with these tools, the AI can give feedback based on what the learners have processed there. And using AI powered tools, they can offer insights through depth and in learning. Hopefully you agree. And people have in YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram have the content information that what social media has its group communities. We have just like teacher voices in Facebook. It has become communities, and also some trending topics that we may have. Meanwhile, in learning management system, you will see that the platform is or is adapted based on whose rules you are. Have what roles you have, whether you are the instructor or the, because each role has its own task, has its own access. Just like what you see in Google Classroom, the teacher dashboard
will be different from the learner dashboard. And because this is learning management system, it usually has assessment tools and the analytics here will help us to see or find out easily on the result of assessment. And it is also possible that LMS has problems. Meanwhile, the third group, the one that we have like Scribble, the one that I'm going to share today, it has a personalization. So it is personalized based on users. It is automatic and it has speech recognition. And the feedback can be just within the nick of time. The students can just easily access what they are lacking and what they can be done to improve their learning. Right. Any question? No. Because the topic today is about AI, I'm going to take some definition by focusing on what AI powered tools. AI, Baker and Smith define AI as computers which perform cognitive tasks, and usually they are associated with human minds, particularly in learning and problem solving. And more sophisticated definition is, or I guess it's more comprehensive because there is a kind of example to show that what AI is able to do. So AI is a computer system and some capabilities that it can give, like visual perception and speech recognition, and because it is AI, it has intelligent behaviors. They can assess, I can say it, yeah, it can assess the available information and they can do something to do the follow-up to give feedback to achieve the stated goal, which is, of course, it has the brain, just like Bu Nur Arifah has mentioned. It essentially human. The heart is still us. So from the way I consider AI here is a tool. It can help us to read our book because I think we are aware teacher's job is not easy. We have a lot of, we just become a kind of master of the universe that we have so many hands to do a lot of things at the same time. So why don't we just use AI and help that they can help us to do the things that we can do. Right. Now let's go to Scribble. Scribble is one of AI educational powered tools. For those of you who are familiar with Scribble, how to use it, just bear with me because I like this platform and I have used it for some trainings conducted at Universitas Negeri Malang. The one that we of course it is subscription. It is done through subscription and it is based on user subscription, individual subscription. The one that we subscribe is Presto Learning. Presto here provides us with features to help the learners or the users with some cue cards to help them with reading, listening, and speaking. So the department, subscribe this to help a kind of cooperation program with Dicty, with USA to help the participants with their IELTS and also TOEFL IBT, and the participants are really glad, or they have good experiences with this platform. Apart from, of course, there will always be challenges and weaknesses and also limitations to access. We have the two sides of coins. Right. For those of you who are familiar with Scribble, this is a platform developed by Literatur, and it has AI for feedback and personalized guidance. And for Scribble, the focus in Scribble is for
helping students English writing skills. Why writing? Because I believe everyone realizes that writing is most difficult English skills or language skills that students may encounter. And the thing that we usually find during writing activities, not only in regular courses like essay writing, argumentative writing, or any in IELTS, the tutor or the facilitator, they are grateful this platform because it can reduce their time in giving feedback. So by looking at the instant and actionable feedback on student writing, the facilitator can add something, giving personal touch, giving aspects that Scribble cannot. That's why the platform helps teachers reduce grading time feedback process. So here, of Scribble, this is, if you are familiar with IELTS, this is IELTS plus 1. So I'm going to show you the feedback provided through Scribble. If you look at this one, usually the activities in IELTS writing, the participants write in a piece of paper, and they will manually count the words. And counting the words are probably not everyone really fond of. So this one, by using Scribble, they can just easily spot on the number of words that they have produced during the writing session. So this is IELTS writing task 1. They have to write at least 150 words. If you look at this one, this particular participant wrote 236 words. Yeah. Right, so this is an example of feedback provided by Scribble. So something that you as teachers may not easily, may not be comprehensive enough for the learners, because somehow during my teaching career and activities, giving feedback is not easy. Giving feedback not only in writing but also in speaking, because they are quite subjective, and we cannot just easily see whether it is A, B, C, D, something that is a lot easier to grade. But giving feedback to student writing or students speaking is not easy. And the other feedback, like this one, so the feedback provided by Scribble consists of task completion, language conventions, word choice, and writing suggestions, just like this one. In addition to previous feedback, we also Scribble also provides some answers related to grammar and keywords provided by the tutor. Some feedback also look at the cohesive aspect of the writing, the use of what do you call this, grammar, range, and accuracy. So these particular participants have a simple sentence. If you are IELTS, students or participants or the test takers need to have quite wide range of grammar, including how they formulate or how they structure their sentences, and then also vocabulary. And this one is the feedback by paragraph. So this really helps teachers to point out or to give more comprehensive feedback related to how the participants wrote their paragraph. And this one is the feedback by paragraph. It's a continuation of the previous product. Right, and this is a little bit about what I can find or what I can share to you all about the platform. And based on this use of platform, my previous study was related to the use of Scribble. So previously, me and my colleague and I conducted a survey study by using an adaptive and validated questionnaire. It was conducted in an environment in university, of course, and this is quite limited because participants were only 34, and the participants took essay writing class. The questionnaires consisted of 26 question items. They need to select one response out of 5 scales, and there were 2 subjective questions. And the dimensions of the questionnaires consist of affective. There were 13 questions, behavior 7 questions, forms, and it was distributed online. And to ensure that I validated, we use rush analysis. Yes, I'm going to finish my presentation, Dr. Wakas. And then I also use descriptive statistic and some students' suggestions. This is the questionnaire. So basically, the content of the questionnaire, when we ask questions related to affective, it was more about individuals' feelings towards people and using objects, and the behavior, it aimed to use objects or act in a particular situation, perseverance and confidence toward Scribble, of course. And this is the result of the rush analysis. So as you can see here, the focus in conducting rush analysis on the in-fit and separation and reliability, just like the red square there. And the descriptive statistic here, I look for as Cronbach alpha is 0.53, and it means that the in-fit and out-fit indicate that the items fit rush model. It shows the reliability of person and separation, so the participants are homogeneous. And the item reliability and separation show that there were almost 5 levels of item difficulty regarding the questions in the questionnaire. And the moderate Cronbach alpha, I think it is acceptable. Right, and these are the participants' qualitative responses are focusing more on the benefits. If you can see here, the benefits on the writing skills are like this. So they know how to select and use academic words, how to improve their grammar, and more on the choice of appropriate words. Once again, when we decide to use platform, there will always be challenges. And here, one of the challenges that the students encounter are related to the internet access. And because of the new features, they are not used to how to use the platform. So the adjustment and the adaptation on the platform really takes time. I come to the conclusion, hopefully it is okay, everyone seems like to be busy with getting the certificate. So there are technological tools available that can help us to improve our teaching and learning processes, and it's our job to have a new way of looking at teaching that can maximize our learning. And this learning activity needs to be integrated with appropriate pedagogical models and infrastructure, and I admit there will always be some limitation in terms of flexibility, autonomy, and interaction. Hopefully that's That's the conclusion. The conclusion. Right, everyone. The conclusion will sum up my presentation. Everyone seems to be busy to get the certificate Bu Nur Arifah. So, thank you so much, everyone, for your time. We are on this.
From personalized learning to social collaboration, dear audience, we have covered a wide spectrum of AI's potential in education today. It's okay now? Okay. I'm sorry for the disruptions. So we have covered a wide... I cannot hear your voice, sir. Sorry?
It's better for you not to use microphone, but just use microphone of computer. But use for me.
I'm not getting your point. Should I mute? Yeah, my mic is on. No, there is nothing. Yeah, it is already off. Yeah, it is off. Yeah, it is off. Unmute. Okay. I think it's okay now. Okay. So we have so far and have explored a wide range of different topics from AI's potential in education in today's era. But the learning experience and the learning of the session has not yet ended. Now we will open the floor for our much anticipated question and answer session. This is your chance to engage directly with our distinguished speakers, ask questions and try to dive deep into the topics. So if you have any question, the floor is yours. Please raise your hands and you will get them. Okay, yes, please. Here we have. Sorry, at the very back.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. This is Sabit Hussain from Bangladesh. I am pursuing my Bachelor's of Information Technology at Universitas Muhammad Yogyakarta. And inshallah next month I am going to Taiwan for doing research field of reinforcement learning IoT vehicle task. So I had a question to Mr. Taylor. The sector of research in AI, will it be narrowed within, and what will be the future of research AI or any? So yeah, that's my question. Research in this particular either is education or I mean technology. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Right, so there's a bit of a paradox in education we can talk about, which is that this one's better. Hello, both? Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. Good. I have two hands. Okay, so it's a serious question about the future of education. I mean, the transformation of education in the era of AI is what we're here to think about and talk about. And I think we have to be very honest with ourselves and say, even the experts don't really know. Even the experts don't really know. Let me make an analogy. I hope an analogy is clarifying. So in the 1940s, a terrible weapon was developed, the atomic weapon. And it was very deadly, very destructive. And it caused a lot of suffering. It also caused a change in the way that nations interact with each other. So the big war after World War II, of course there's many wars, but the big war was called the Cold War. Why was it called the Cold War? Because we were terrified about destroying everybody on the planet. So we unleashed this terrible destructive power which caused behavior to change. And now, to my surprise, I'm not a sociologist or a historian, but I read them. And they say that the period after World War II, some sociologists call it the long peace. Because it doesn't seem very peaceful, you know, if you look at Palestine and you look at Ukraine, there's a lot of death. But on the global scale, there has never been such a prolonged period where major powers are not in direct war, conflict. So it is a paradigm shift. Of course, one war is too many. But on a global scale, there was a paradigm shift that we have to learn to communicate in a way where we're not killing each other. So this is a very, you know, kind of serious subject, but I want to compare it with the uncertainty of AI. So in World War II, nobody knew who would get this power, the problem is getting people to agree on what the problem is. The problem is getting people to agree on what the problem is, right? Because if we're working in one school and we can't even agree what the problem is, what our goal or objective should be, we're never going to get there. There's just always going to be this tension and contradiction. So that's why we have such different kinds of leadership. Because some leadership say, just do it, because I said so. You know, and it's too tiring. But other leaders take a very organic approach. But I can tell you, it's slower and it's more painful. But it's worth it. The slower approach is to say, let's discuss and understand our objectives or goals, and how do we get there? I really believe in an organic approach. So, you know, that's the long answer. The short answer is, I think that if we can develop, like I recommended, communities of practice, if we can identify leaders who take an organic approach, if we can be very clear about our objectives, I think solving the problem is really not the biggest challenge. It's knowing where do we want to go. And I think we could probably agree that for all the power and alternatives and interesting options that AI offers, I think we can find a consensus that children should have the basic skills. So just for example, pursuing service as a value. How can they contribute to their community? How can they actually lead a life value and meaning, and that they can help others? You know, so this sense of community, this sense of value, sense of service is something that we can implement, you know, very directly. And then, okay, language, of course, how can they develop language foundation skills? And then it's just a question of how does AI serve us? Not how do we serve AI, right? Okay, thank you for your question.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let's move to the second question. Yeah, yes, please.
Hello, I'm Zishan Ahmed and I'm from Pakistan and currently studying at University Islam Indonesia. So my question is, how can teachers balance the integration of AI tools in the classroom to enhance personalized learning while ensuring that critical thinking, creativity and human-centered skills? And also, do you think that AI tools limits the creativity of humans? Thank you.
Okay, so you know, this goes to the point that one of the points I wanted to make, which is about what is the balance in change. You know, we can't do too much all at once. but we can't do nothing. So I think we can make very specific recommendations in answer to your question. We know that one way to teach creativity and to teach independence is actually quite interesting. It's to give space and inspiration. You can't directly teach a child how to be creative, or you're just teaching her how to copy, and that's not creative. So it's a bit of a dilemma. So what you can do is you can give time and space and say, you're encouraged to think on your own, to think different, to think critical in the positive sense of differently, and here's some inspiration. And what can you do? Now do it. And language learning is actually something very creative. We have a lot of teachers here. If you try to teach language in a very mechanical way, rule number 1, rule number 2, rule number 3, vocabulary 1, vocabulary 2, vocabulary 3. If your students learn language this way, you're very lucky. It's more thanks to the students, really, because their creative brain might figure out a way to learn no matter what. But what we need is a balance of the input, the kind of systematic information that textbooks and teachers can provide, but then space where they can just try it out, where they can make mistakes, where they are encouraged to be very fluent. So I think we can adapt some of these principles of what we already know from psychology of education and so on to the AI context. I do think we have to have some spaces where we limit or restrict access to AI. I do believe that. I'm a big proponent, as you can tell, I'm an advocate, but I do think that everything has to be scaffolded. And there was another question online about scaffolding. Yeah. And I think there's real foundational skills you can only learn with your own brain, and that we can't always use AI tools to do that. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think we have another question from the right side. Yeah, please.
Okay. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Leonardo Ahmad Riris, and I am from Widyawacana High School. So allow me to question Mr. William Taylor. Mr. William Taylor present that William Gibson says the future has already arrived, but it is not evenly distributed. So how can we what is the first step to change the school atmosphere to have ideal model? Because in Indonesia school, especially in remote areas, still use traditional method.
Okay, so I have two answers to your very good question. I think it's a very important question, and it would be a kind of priority for me to think about an answer for this. One is, have you joined eteachers.online yet? Can we put it on the screen? Like, I'm serious that, we found one direction in Hong Kong, which is to create a hub of teachers that want to move education into the future in an effective, contextualized way. It's not easy to do it, because you can always get experts to teach and to train, but then the role of the school teacher, the principal, the team is to integrate that in a way that is meaningful and effective for that school community. That's work. That's the organic process that I'm talking about. So later we'll show you a very simple just button where if you join our mailing list, we will invite you to join our Hong Kong eTeachers Roundtable for sharing. And I hope next year we have more Indonesian teachers than Hong Kong teachers. That would be wonderful, because you have so many good teachers here and so much sharing. I've already, even in 3 visits, I've seen so much going on that would be useful to our teachers in Hong Kong to inspire them. So we have to share this experience. Okay, so that's number 1, is just join this community. And then number 2 is to create your own local communities of practice. A community of practice could be 2 teachers in a school, in a rural school, that want to say, how can we take a step into the future? It might be a network of teachers in rural schools that are sharing their experience and their ideas. And be patient. Everyone is always impatient for change because, you know, the apps and the AI and all the technicians, they're calling us, you know, change, adapt. Yes, it is important to keep growing, keep changing. This is an organic approach, but and if we have to sometimes shift direction or take 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, that's also fine. But we have to have a direction. That's my point about an objective. Like, where do we want to go? We don't just want to use apps and use AI because everyone is talking about it. There's no point in that. And eventually, you'll be burned out. This has happened with teachers all over the world. They're so energetic and they're trying so hard and they really care and they really commit themselves, but if it's not moving things forward, they'll get burned out and feel very frustrated. So again, the short answer is to find and help create communities of practice. And so, you know, you have your team at the school and you have your network of English teachers, but I'm talking about a community of like-minded practitioners that are trying to answer your question about how do we take steps into the future. So I hope you'll join eTeachers online.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And is there any question? Okay. Yeah, I'm moving to the Zoom one, but I'm just doing okay. Yeah. Okay, we have a question from Zoom. And that is from Inzamam from Pakistan, studying currently in Indonesia. The question is addressed to the speaker, the Dr. Yoseong Lee and Professor Dr. Nur Arifa. And the question is, what? Okay, you will answer. You may answer it. Okay. So, what ethical challenges and frameworks do we have for implementing generative AI in educational settings, and how can we ensure to maintain academic integrity? Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I can try to address this now. So fortunately, the question of ethical conduct in schools is not a new question, like so much of what we're talking about today. The questions AI raises. We've always cared about ethical behavior, but we can't always agree on what, you know, those ethics should be or what form they should take. So I think when it comes to the ethics of AI, there are a lot of questions about cheating behavior. So that's one big problem. There's other ethical questions about child safety, which are very important to protect the children. So there's a lot of related issues to this. And so in terms of addressing the ethics, I think that I'm thinking of the influence of some educational psychologists that address the need for building consensus. So I think one of the things that's impressed me very much about my visit here these few times to Indonesia, and something I think can really be a model for many communities, is the kind of consensus in diversity. So now I'm relatively new to Indonesia, so you can help me learn more. But my impression when I visit many different schools, and we've visited government schools and Muslim schools, there's such a diverse range of students, teachers, personal experience, values, but there is a very strong sense of a soul that unites people in a common interest. Now, I wish that were more true in my country. I'm from the United States. We also have a very diverse country, but we can't agree on anything, and it's very sad. And that when you can't agree, it's very difficult to make progress. So I think that the question of ethics is something that becomes a bit more urgent in the day of AI, but they're not new questions. We have to take the same approach to consensus building and including all stakeholders, which means parents, government, school leaders, teachers, and let's not forget to include the students themselves. Because something that might surprise you is when students are invited to be part of the conversation, sometimes they set higher expectations for themselves even than we do. And so if we hear all voices, I think we can make good progress. I had a class of students my first year in Hong Kong. They were wild. They were wild. And I'd never taught such an active, let me say active, such an active class. I didn't know what to do. And finally, I had this idea. I said to the class, you know you're not learning this way. We're here to learn. I care about you, I'm your teacher, and you must care about yourself as a student. So I'm going to step outside in the hallway for 10 minutes, and I want you all to discuss how we can learn in this class. And I want you to come up with some answers. Now later when my colleagues heard this idea, they said, are you crazy? You stepped outside of that classroom? I don't know what they thought, like would the kids jump out the window? I don't but I trusted them. And so I went out, and when I came back in, this moment changed my life as a teacher. I was like, wow. So they said, we talked about it, and we agreed that if we don't, all of us finish our classwork by the end of the lesson, then all of us will stay after school for an extra lesson from you. Now, I would never think of this, like if 2 students didn't finish their work, the whole class has to stay after. But they were building community, and they decided to help each other. That one day changed everything, because they chose a rule which they could never have imposed. If I told them that, they'd say that's so unfair. But because they chose it, they started helping each other. And they'd say, be quiet, listen, pay attention, do your work. I can't, I don't understand. Okay, let me help you. Let's ask Mr. Taylor to help you. So all I did was ask them to make the rule for themselves. So, okay, it's a long story, but the point is we have to listen to all voices, and we can do this by building consensus. And be optimistic. Be optimistic. It is scary, overwhelming, there's a lot of uncertainty, but as I said, it's not the first time we've been through this kind of confusion, so I hope you can be optimistic.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Tim Taylor. And I'm sorry. So, dear audience, as we are going to wrap up today's session with a huge thanks to our esteemed speakers, especially Professor Dr. Tim Taylor and Professor Dr. Ju Seong Lee, who came all the way from Hong Kong just to attend this session. So thank you so much. I would like to thank the President of Teflon and also the other speaker, Professor Dr. Maria Hidayati, and also our esteemed speaker, Professor Dr. Noor Arifa. And at the end, I will not forget to thank all of you for coming and making this session incredible and more collaborative. Thank you all, and hope to see you soon in the future. Thank you. So, respected audience, actually we have a prize distribution ceremony, a short gifts for those who asked questions from Teflon and from the other organization who organized this event. So I'm calling upon our esteemed speakers, Professor Dr. Ju Seong Lee, to come on the stage, Professor Dr. Tim Taylor and Professor Dr. Noor Arifa to hand over the prize gifts to the students who ask the questions. I would also request Mas Arya to come and assist here, please. I'm beginning to request the presence of Mr. Hanan Gulzar from India, who is currently studying at Universitas Islam Indonesia. Let's give him a big hand. Mr. Hanan Gulzar, yeah, please. Yeah, it is in English.
This book is talking about Dr. Maria Hidayati.
Yeah.
This is my book.
Next, I am inviting Mr. Sami from Bangladesh, who is currently studying in the Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, to receive his gift from these esteemed speakers. Mr. Sami from Bangladesh. Sorry? I'm sorry? Okay, I apologize. Sabit Hussein. Yeah? Is it correct? Okay. Yeah. Thank you, and give him a big hand. Yeah. Now I am inviting Mr. Zishan Ahmed from Pakistan, studying at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, to receive his gift. Let's not forget to call upon Ibu Upik Purbalinga to receive his gift from Dr. Tim Taylor and Liu Xiong Lee. It is Leonardo Amadilis. Yeah, dear audience, last but not the least, I am calling upon Leonardo Amadilis from Indonesia to receive his gift from Professor Dr. Tim Taylor and Liu Xiong Lee. Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Liu Xiong Lee. Thank you, Dr. Taylor, and thank you, Dr. Arifa. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah. Dear audience, just wrapping up the session with a huge thanks to all of you for making this event incredible and more collaborative. See you soon in the future for more incredible events like this. Thank you. Blessed be.
Okay, what a truly insightful session. We've heard some incredible insight and ideas about how AI is transforming in education. Now we will have a photo session. We're honored to invite Professor Lee, Ma'am Arifa, Mr. Taylor to come to the stage to have a photo session. And all the participants, you can go up right here. Um, for the speakers, you can go up to the stage, and for the participants, you can stand up and also sit down right here.
I would like to request the youngsters to come up on the stage and stand behind. Yeah, the youngsters. Yes, please.
Okay, we will count 1, 2, 3. 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Okay, change the style. Three, two, one, smile. Okay, next, again. 3, 2, 1, smile. Next. Okay, thank you for all participants and also for the speakers. You may sit down again.
Thank you all. For the lunch.
Yes.
Okay. Dear audience, thank you so much, and now you can enjoy the lunch.
Kamu bilang thank you terus aku A special thank you to our speaker, Mr. Lee, Ma'am Arifa, Mr. Taylor, and Ma'am Maria for giving us a very insightful presentation today. Also, thank you to Mr. Ahmad for moderating this session so seamlessly and guiding us through a very productive discussion. Okay, may I have your attention, please? Now we will have a lunch break. For all on-site participants at Grand Hub Hotel Solo, you may proceed to pick up your lunch outside this room.